Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I am the Takanome, and welcome to my humble slice of the internet. That is my Twitch channel. How's everyone doing today? Well, it is a Wednesday, and normally in the past I would be playing video games at this point, but I decided to do a audiobook recording for my good friend Emily Thompson. So I decided in order to actually do this audiobook recording, I should sacrifice one of my streaming days. Sacrifice is such a weird word. Sacrifice one of my streaming days so that way I have a dedicated time to do audiobook recording among all the other things I try to do in life. So why am I doing now? Why is this like just suddenly popping up here on Twitch? If anyone's wondering, that's because I did the first 2 or 3 sessions, probably 2 sessions on YouTube. I tried YouTube streaming for a while, and I wasn't a fan. I don't know. Maybe if I gave it more time, if I did gaming on YouTube instead, maybe that would have been better. But I will say I didn't really like the vibe on YouTube as much. Maybe because I've been indoctrinated into the Twitch world, I'm not sure. But I thought, you know what? I'm familiar with Twitch. I have things set up for Twitch as opposed to my YouTube channel. Let's just go ahead and do the live stream on Twitch. And then after, we please the Twitch gods. After we please the Twitch gods, then we can what's the word I'm looking for? Upload the VOD onto YouTube. So the YouTube will still have some content, but I think Twitch is the way to go for this. I think I just enjoy streaming on Twitch more, despite all the things that Twitch has done in the past. I don't know. That's my opinion. That's how I feel about it, and that's what we're going to go with. Now, if you are on YouTube watching this, hello. Welcome to the future. No, welcome to the past. This will be in the past. I hope you are enjoying the stream or as the stream goes through. Either way, we are going to continue reading. Let's bring up the book that we're reading here. So we're doing an audiobook recording for Clockwork Twist, Book 1, Waking by Emily Thompson. And for those who may not know, this was the first book. I'm like tapping it. This was the first book that we did the reading stream for. So I'm very happy to continue to work with the author and see what else we can come up with together. So now I'm doing an audiobook recording, which means unlike the reading stream, there will be mistakes, of course, but instead of just keep going, I'm going to go back and try to fix things. I want the reading to be as clear as humanly possible. Now, unfortunately, I also forgot, I am not that confident in my voice. This has been how long has it been? About 2 or 3 weeks since I last did a recording stream. Like, I've been off streaming for a while, so I'm trying to get back into the groove of things again. So apologies. But I got my book ready to go. I have my nice cup of tea ready to go. I can see chats over here, so if anybody wants to say hi in chat, I can say hi back when I get the opportunity, which there'll be plenty of opportunities. Speaking of hi in chat, hello Tony, how are you doing today? Going to give you a shout out. Which reminds me, I need to come up with a new shout out system so that people who stream and don't stream can kind of like get the same like experience or value from it, I suppose, if you will. Because we have some people who come on to the streams who don't stream, but I enjoy their presence nevertheless, and I feel like they deserve to have a proper shout out. Um, Last seen playing Dead Space. I've wondered about making that my next game to stream because I never played it. Oh, sorry. I never played all of it. I think I only played like the first 30 minutes of it. And that was years ago, like 10 years ago. So I I'm thinking about doing making that my next gaming stream. Next planned gaming stream, I should say. Pop-up streams are still Metroid Dread. Certainly good, not too scary, which is good for me. Awesome. Um, well, I don't want to spend too much time because it takes a while. I'm only on page 22 of this out of two streams. It takes a while to go through. Um, Beastly game, medium quality, windowed while streaming. Before I start, is this the new Dead Space or the original Dead Space? Because I'm thinking about doing the original Dead Space because I'm broke. Uh, New Dead Space on PC. Got it. Got it. Yeah, I'm considering it. I'm considering it. There's some thoughts, but we should. Good to know. I'm getting all kinds of messages now. We should go ahead and begin this reading. Do I know how to record? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that sounds good. Okay. All right. Here we go. Which one is this? Which chapter is this? Oh, is this the... Oh, no. Oh, no. Are we going to get through this chapter today? Maybe. All right. We got 4 hours. Let's begin. Let's see. I'm trying to also remember how I did this. There was a knock at the door to Twist's cabin. He slipped the watch back into his pocket and pushed his wild black hair mostly into place before he opened the door. A woman stood outside it, her skin as dark as mahogany, her eyes as bright as silver. Red and gold silk was wrapped around her shoulders and the hooded shawl, over a tight bodice. That's definitely bodice. I'm positive that's the word bodice. That's how I've been pronouncing it. Let me double check. Let's go to our friend the internet here and ask them how to pronounce this word. Internet says bodice, not bodice. There's not an A sound. There's not an A in this word. It's Bodice. You know what? I can see bodice, but I know that's not it. Bodice? Not bodice? Can I get a second opinion? Can I get someone else? I'm going to say bodice. God damn it. Can I get a third opinion? I think it's bodice also. That is my... Okay, I guess that's my third opinion. At this point, it's fact now. It's bodice. Not bodice. Bodice. I'm glad I checked. I'll be the laughing stock of all readers. Like, ha ha ha, he can't pronounce the word bodice. Alright. Red and gold silk was wrapped around her shoulders and a hooded shawl over her tight bodice, and her strong arms were ripped in black cloth, all the way to her fingertips. A long black lace skirt fell almost to the floor where it met. Black boots with talon-like high heels. Her long silver hair clung in thin braids from a single tail bound at the crown of her head. Twist stared at her silently, fighting to hide the awe in his own eyes. Okay, that is one paragraph. Let's do the recording. Here we go. There was a knock at the door to Twist's cabin. Restart. There was a knock at the door to Twist's cabin. He slipped the watch back into his pocket and pushed his wild black hair mostly into place before he opened the door. A woman stood outside it, her skin as dark as mahogany and her eyes as bright as silver. Red and gold silk was wrapped around her shoulders in a hooded shawl over a tight bodice, and her strong arms were wrapped in black cloth all the way to her fingertips. A long black lace skirt fell almost to the floor, where it met black boots with talon-like high heels. Her long silver hair hung in thin braids from a single tail bound at the crown of her head. Twist stared at her silently, fighting to hide the awe in his own eyes. Questionable. I feel like there were parts there I kind of like hicked up on. Let's see. There was stuck at the door to his cabin. He slipped the watch back into his pocket and pushed his wild black hair mostly into place before he opened the door. A woman stood outside it, her skin as dark as mahogany and her eyes as bright as silver. Red and gold silk was wrapped around her shoulders and a hooded shawl over her tight body. Her arms were wrapped in a black cloth all the way to her fingertips. A long black lace skirt fell almost to the floor, where it met black boots with talon-like high heels. Her long silver hair hung in thin braids from a single tail bound at the crown of her head. Just stared at her silently, fighting to hide the awe in his own eyes. Okay, I'm thinking one spot. And we know which spot it is. Because it's not Bodis, it's Bodice. I wondered if I was going to mess up that spot just because this whole time I've been pronouncing it as Bodis. It's Bodice. Man, that's the highlight of today's stream. I learned a word. Alright, so where is it? Okay, so here we're going to split there. And where's the rest of this? Fingertips. And we're going to split there. About here-ish. Okay. So basically that long sentence I need to redo. Let's make sure we have it ready to go. Okay, so a woman stood outside it, her skin as dark as mahogany and her eyes as bright as silver. Red and gold silk was wrapped around her shoulders in a hooded shawl over a tight bodice, and her strong arms were wrapped in black cloth all the way to her fingertips. I kind of messed up. Oh, yep, I messed that up. Start over. Red and gold is where I need to start. Okay. I thought I was 2 sentences back, but no, that's just one long sentence. Alrighty. A woman stood outside it, her skin as dark as mahogany, her eyes as bright as silver. Red and gold silk was wrapped around her shoulders in a hooded shawl over a tight bodice, and her strong arms were wrapped in black cloth all the way to her fingertips. That might be better. What if we do... Let's do one more recording. A woman stood outside it, her skin as dark as mahogany, and her eyes as bright as silver. Red and gold silk was wrapped around her shoulders, and a hooded shawl over a tight bodice, and her strong arms were wrapped in black cloth all the way to her fingertips. I might like that one better. I'm going to go with that one. I'm going to let that one go. We are going to copy this one. And where's that split? That can't be right. Why is that split there? Probably doesn't need to be there. Now this is when I take out, yeah? Okay, so that's Jana. And then we're going to paste. Oh, almost perfect. Almost perfect. Okay. Let's go back to about here. So like the middle of the last sentence before that. Probably her skin as dark. Nope. Yes, but we need to clean it up a little bit. Like, let's put that together and let us put that together. So now I think it's just timing. Kind of want to get rid of that piece there. And okay. I'm going to accept that. So, oh yeah. I gotta rename this. There was a knock at the door. There was a knock at the door. There was a knock at the knock. Oh my gosh. There was a knock at the door. I'm learning again. I'm learning. It's been 2 to 3 weeks. I'm learning. There's a knock at the door. Okay. Next paragraph. Nope, I lied. It's dialogue. Are you hungry? The woman asked, her her voice rich, dark, and colored with an accent unlike any Twist had ever heard. I suppose, he said, unsure. We are having tea, the woman said coolly, crossing her arms over her chest. You're welcome to join us. Thank you, Twist said with a nod. Okay, so that is the part I'm going to want to record. And, how did I do this? Last time I did this, I think I read the whole thing in narrated voice, and then I went back and did character voices, like splicing it into character voices. So I think that's what I'm going to do again. Oh boy. Here we go. let's go through the paragraph again. Are you hungry? The woman asked, her voice rich, dark, and colored with an accent unlike any Twist I'd ever heard. I suppose, he said, unsure. We are having tea, the woman said coolly, crossing her arms over her chest. You are welcome to join us. Thank you, Twist said with a nod. That's all I gotta get. And then we'll do the character voices. Okay, here we go. Take a little tea. Here we go. That is warm. Okay. Who are we? Are you hungry? Are you hungry? The woman asked, her voice rich, dark, and colored with an accent unlike any Twist had ever heard. I suppose, he said, unsure. We are having tea, the woman said coolly, crossing her arms over her chest. You are welcome to join us. Yes, thank you, Twist said with a nod. Last part. The word nod, Twist said with a nod. Oh, no, that's just how I say nod. Wow, have I never said nod out loud before? No, I must have. I think it's the first time I just paid attention to it. Okay, renaming. Let's see, are you hungry? Are you hungry? Question mark. And that is the name of this clip. Are you hungry? Okay. So I believe we got that. Now I want to find out where the dialogue is. It's a little clip there. Take that out. Not that it would matter. Speaking of taking out clips, let's clean that part up. Okay. So here, split, and here, split. So this will be the next one. Split. That is not where I want that split. Control Z. Here is where I want the split. Stop that. We want the net split there. So that's he said. And unsure. So net split would be here. We are having tea. Split there. Woman said coolly, then crossing her arms over her chest. I'm assuming this is the net spot. It is. Split. Welcome to join us. Then yes, thank you. Okay. Split. Yes, thank you. All right. We got, this is going to be fun later on. All right. So I know who this character is that I have to do a voice for. And then we got Twist. Let's do, we'll do Twist first. That way I can at least try to get him back in my head again. How did Twist sound again? Well, it is my best impersonation of a British voice. But we're going to do our best anyway. So, Are you hungry? The woman asked, her voice rich, dark, and colored with an accent unlike any Twist had ever heard. I suppose. That's right. It is a voice like this. Hopefully, I can remember how to speak like Twist, more proper and gentlemanlike. Oh, that is correct. I do speak something like this when I try to impersonate Twist. So, this would be the voice. Oh, this would be the voice. This would be the voice I would use to try to impersonate Twist. Calm, gentlemanlike, mild-natured. I would not hurt a fly. I'd rather not touch the flies, to be perfectly honest. Okay, let us go with it. I need to record his lines. Are you hungry? The woman asked, her voice rich, dark, and colored with an accent unlike any Twist had ever heard. I suppose, he said, unsure. Did I mess up? It's okay if I did. Unsure. We are having tea, the woman said coolly, crossing her arms over her chest. You are welcome to join us. Yes, thank you, Twist said with a nod. Alright, I only need his dialogue. Everything else, it doesn't matter. So here? Okay, so we can split this. That can go. And towards the beginning. And here. Oh, that could go. Don't need it. I was like, oh no, I made a mistake. Oh, that's right. I'm saying the rest of it in his voice. It doesn't matter. It's not needed. So, let's do a copy here. This will be the first part. Oh, that's Are You Hungry? Oh boy, I'm glad I didn't delete that. Here? Yeah, there. So let's get rid of that. Paste it in. Oh no! I don't have enough space. Oh no! That's so much I have to move. That's so much. Okay, hold on. We can do this. We can do this. We got this. We got this. It's okay. It's okay. Nothing bad will happen. This would be a-okay. I will have the space to put this in here. Nothing terrible is going to happen to my life. Okay. We got space. Now, paste. What does it sound like? I suppose. One more time. Maybe. I'm just gonna rename this really quick. Twist 1, I might revisit. Also, what was this? Okay. Actually, I don't know how much more of this I need to do. But if this is what I think it is, yes, thank you. Okay. That I can let go. And let's take this, copy, and just throw it on in here. I don't trust my twist. I don't trust my twist voice. Yes, thank you. Huh. Let me try something once again. Are you hungry? The woman asked, her voice rich, dark, and colored with an accent unlike any Twist had ever heard. I suppose, he said, unsure. We are having tea, the woman said coolly, crossing her arms over her chest. You are welcome to join us. Yes, thank you, Twist said with a nod. Alright, let's try this again. I mean, it sounds a little better. I think I like this one. I might like this one more. Split that. I think this was... Yes, thank you. This is weird. It sounds weird. We'll see. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't do it that way. No. Bad. Bad Taka. Okay. Split. Split. And the rest can go. Okay. Actually, let's take this. Because I might like it more. Copy. And... Don't know why I put it all the way out there. Twist one. Here it is. Okay. I kind of like that one more. Let's throw those back together. That's the yes, thank you, I believe. Not there, but the next one. Okay, I'm going to let this one go because I didn't like it. Keep this one because I might need it. Keep that one for the time being. And, yeah, we're switching. I like the second version more. Copy. Let's just throw that on in. Oh, not right there. Not right there. Oh no, not enough space. How about now? Now there is. Okay. I'll go with it. Alright. So since we're going with that, keep that. Is this... Okay, keep that split. I don't want to join it yet. Not yet. This is twist line. Okay, we could put that together. What was this part? Okay, that could go together. Those are fine. And now we need to do the second voice. Fortunately, I enjoy doing this voice, so... Because I don't have to work too hard at it. Yay. Let's see. Not too hard. Still have to work at it. Mm-hmm. Are you hungry? Okay. Now I have to remember how to speak like Ozzy, because that is her name. Are you hungry? The woman asked, her voice rich, dark, and colored with an accent unlike any Twist had ever heard. I suppose, he said, unsure. We are having tea, the woman said coolly, crossing her arms over her chest. You are welcome to join us. Yes, thank you, Twist said with a nod. Something like that. So, are you hungry? I could do this. I could do this. I enjoy doing her voice. I remember enjoying doing her voice. It's a shame I don't get to always do it, but I enjoy doing her voice. Okay. Oh, she starts off with a thing. Okay. Are you hungry? All right, here we go. Wait, what's this? Yeah, what is this? Oh, okay. I know what that is. Here we go. Are you hungry? The woman asked, her voice rich, dark, and colored with an accent unlike any Twist had ever heard. I suppose, he said, unsure. We are having tea, the woman said coolly, crossing her arms over her chest. You are welcome to join us. Thank you, yes, Twist said with a nod. I hope that's not too soft. I think that's okay. I think that's okay. So we need to splice out her lines and splice them on in. Split. Split. Is it here? Yeah, we are having tea. Split. There. Split. This part I could let go. I don't need that. We are having tea. The woman said coolly. Okay. Gonna split that. Don't need. And split this. Don't need. Okay. We have our 3 parts. Now we just need to put them in the right spots. I can take that out too. That's just dead space. Haha, dead space. Alright. So we're gonna copy that. Let's go back to the beginning here. You are. And if we're fortunate, we have enough space to just go ahead and paste it in here. But no, we don't have enough space. Alright, we're going to cheat a little bit. Do that. Paste. There we go. Now I have enough space. Who doesn't have enough space now? Audacity. Alright, let's see what it sounds like. Okay. Take that out. And I believe this is what we want. We are having tea. How is there not enough space? Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me, Audacity? There we go. And you are welcome to join us. Boo. Boo. I know it can't be seen, but seeing you don't have enough space is annoying sometimes. Okay. Think we got it together. Let's see. What does it sound like? Okay. I'm okay with the voice. We'll let those go. And let's put that together, put that together, put that together, that together. We'll put all of these back together. Now, the only thing, and I don't know why I didn't think about this, twist line, sure, something like that. There, I suppose. I feel like I can use a little bit more of a pause there. So we're going to split that. Going to move it about there. That's a better pause. So we need to fill in that space. What if there's another way to do that? Paste. Can I like extend the pause? Good question. But that should be close enough. Let's find out. Maybe a little more spacing. I mean, I can always overdo it and then just fix it later. Like cut out what I need later. We're going to start there. I think we're okay. I'm going to say we are okay. Also, I need to save. I need to save my file. Oh my gosh, hold on. I do not want to lose this. Save. I know it's not an audio file. I just want to save before something bad happens to it. I mean, I got a UPS, so if for some reason we lose power, I'm not going to just lose everything right away. But all right, we saved it. Next chapter. He closed the door. Yeah, he closed. I said next chapter. Next paragraph. He closed the door behind him as he followed the woman along the hallway and back to the stairs. She put the hood of her red and gold shawl over her head before climbing the stairs. leaving the cloth to hang far over her face. Leaving the cloth to hang far over her face. She took Twist out into the brilliant sunlight of the open deck, and then into the room of the stern of the ship. Okay. So that's our next chapter. I don't think it's going to be too bad. He closed the door behind him as he followed the woman along the hallway and back to the stairs. She put the hood of her red and gold shawl over her head before climbing the stairs, leaving the cloth to hang far over her face. She took Twist out into the brilliant sunlight of the open deck, and then into the room at the stern of the ship. Meh. Redo. We're just redoing that. Pacing felt bad. He closed the door behind him as he followed the woman along the hallway and back to the stairs. She put the hood of her red and gold shawl over her head before climbing the stairs, leaving the cloth to hang far over her face. She took Twist out into the brilliant sunlight of the open deck, and then into the room at the stern of the ship. Yeah, something more like that, only I didn't record it. Okay, let's try again. He closed the door behind him as he followed the woman along the hallway and back to the stairs. She put the hood of her red and gold shawl over her head before climbing the stairs, leaving the cloth to hang far over her face. She took Twist out into the brilliant sunlight of the open deck, and then into the room at the stern of the ship. That might be better. You know what? I have confidence. I'm going to go ahead and rename this now. And we're going to rename it He Closed the Door Behind Him. So, he closed the door behind. I can't spell behind him. Okay. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. I think that's right. Alright, let's see what it sounds like. That's not too bad. Yeah, that's not too bad. I think I can live with that. And worst case scenario, it just gets re-recorded. Let's just take out that trailing end there. Next paragraph. Narrated paragraphs are great. It was a large open room, rimmed with windows. Rimmed with windows. Rimmed with windows. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to say that clearly. Rimmed with windows. Instead of rimmed with windows. Rimmed with windows. And richly decorated with rugs on the wood floor, paintings on the papered walls, not peppered, papered walls, and ornate looking items of brass, gold, and silver placed on every open surface. A large table sat in the center of the room, its legs bolted to the floor, with a number of chairs placed around it, and also bolted down. There was an array. I guess there was an array, or there was an array. There was an array of food and drink laid out on the table, and the rest of the crew was already seated to enjoy it. Okay, so rimmed with windows is going to be a point. An array. I think an array is fine. An array. An array. An array. An array. An array just sounds more natural. I think that's the way I need to go with it. I mean, enjoy the paragraph before the dialogue. Okay. Reading stream dialogue is great because you get to do all the voices and be silly with it. But, my gosh, the recording part. Alright. Here we go. Here we go. Professional. It was a large open room, rimmed with windows, and richly decorated with rugs on the wood floor, paintings on the papered walls, and ornate-looking items of brass, gold, and silver placed on every open surface. A large table sat in the center of the room, its legs bolted to the floor, with a number of chairs placed around it and also bolted down. There was an array of food and drink laid out on the table, and the rest of the crew was already seated to enjoy it. I feel positive about that one. It was a large open room. It was a large open room. That's tomb. It was a large open room. Oh, large comma open room. Yeah. Let's see what this sounds like. Richly decorated with rugs on the wood floor, paintings on the papered walls, and ornate-looking items of brass, gold, and silver placed on every open surface. A large table sat in the center of the room, its legs bolted to the floor, with a number of chairs placed around it and also bolted down. There was an array of food and drink laid out on the table, and the rest of the crew was already seated to enjoy it. I think it's fine. Let's do that. Alright. And we're going to save. On to the next paragraph. Okay, this one is pretty short. And then dialogue. While his guide took a seat with the others, Arabelle turned to Twist with a smile and insisted that he sit beside her. He began to pour him a cup of tea before he had time to object. Okay, hold on. Before I do this, I think I just need to go ahead and get this out. I need to just get this out there because I've always questioned this from the very first time I read this book years ago, when I was living in Chicago, I believe. Was I? Or did I read this while I was still overseas? I can't remember for sure. But from the very first time I read this book, and I've never been able to prove it, and maybe I'll find out later, and if the author is watching, she doesn't have to tell me, but question, does Arabelle have the hots for Twist? And I ask that because every time I read the first part of this book, Arabelle's like always like trying to get close to him and like come sit next to me and like really flirtatious in my opinion. I'm like, I think she likes Twist. She doesn't flat out say it. She's not very explicit about it, but I think she does. Okay, end of rant. I think I'm good with theory, but I suspect. All right. I had to get it out. Like that's something I've always wondered every time I've read this. It's like, is Arabelle hitting on him? Must be like the proper gentlewoman way of doing it. I don't know. All right. While his guide took a seat with the others, Arabelle turned to Twist with a smile and insisted that he sit beside her. She began to pour him a cup of tea before he had time to object. It's just, this is evidence. The evidence. All right. That's what we're going to do. Here we go. While his guide took a seat with the others, Arabelle turned to Twist with a smile and insisted that he sit beside her. She began to pour him a cup of tea before he had time to object. You know what? I probably won't find out for quite some time because I'm doing this series on the reading stream, but I'm just going to go ahead and call it. Arabelle likes Twist. Calling it. And if not, fanfic will exist and she'll be like his main love interest or something. I'm calling it. Rename clip. While his guide took a seat with the others. While his guide took a seat with the... Can't spell. The others. Still can't spell. I spelled guide wrong. Oh my. Hold on. That's not right. That's not right. Let's put the U into guide. You guide. Alright. And let's see what it sounds like. Hey, we made it to the next page. I take. I take. Alright. Now we have dialogue, and this dialogue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have maybe 5 or 6 characters in this room right now. I'm not sure how I'm going to do this. This may be one sentence at a time, which is going to be a pain. But before we do that, I need to take a quick break. So I'm going to go on the BRB screen and we'll be right back. Shouldn't be too long, maybe about 2 to 3 minutes, I'll say. So yeah, I'll be right back. Stay tuned. Alright. We are back, dreading the dialogue. So, we have about 6 characters in this room. There's a man with gray eyes sitting across the table from Twist. Where have you traveled to before? We need to find out who this man is. Because I don't know who he is right now. He is one of 2 characters. And depending on which one he is, that determines which voice he gets. So, let's just go through. So Twist said, a man with gray eyes sitting across the table from Twist. Where have you traveled to before? I've never traveled, Twist responded. All of the others at the table stopped whatever they were doing to stare at him. I told you, Arabelle said brightly. I gotta get her voice again. Isn't it wonderful? Twist looked at her uncertainly. You're serious? Zale asked, pausing in his reach for a biscuit. You never been anywhere? His voice not too hard to do. Twist gave a shrug. I like London. Why? Zale asked, confused rampant on his face. Please tell me who's the man with the gray eyes. Zale, be polite, said the man with the great eyes. This trip must be quite the treat for you, Twist, he said, sipping at his tea. Yes, it must all be very exciting, Zale agreed, nibbling at his biscuit. The woman with the silver eyes, good thing we know her voice, laughed lightly to herself, sipping at the glass of red wine, the bright silk hanging gently at the side of her face. You don't think so? Ma chérie, oh no. Asked the man with a strong French accent. Okay, I know who's who now. Okay, so. Man with the gray eyes, and if this is spoilers for anyone, sorry. But I did do a reading stream of this. And you can also buy the book. I mean, it's right here. I'm pointing to it. I can't really do a good point. It's right there. Just buy the book. Buy the book. Read it. You'll definitely pass me if you buy it. Read the book. I'm only on page 23. By the time you buy the book and get the book and start reading it, you'll probably finish it before I get halfway or a quarter through this book. So, sorry for spoilers. But Gray-Eyed Man is the captain of the ship. And the guy who speaks French is the guy who speaks French. Which, unfortunately, I don't speak French. So, ma chérie. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly or not. But you know who might be able to pronounce it correctly? Besides people on the internet. Let's see. French to English? Let's see, can I do that? Oh no. I don't know what this is. I mean, we're probably just gonna have to guess. But unfortunately, this is where I don't have... My computer is not set up for French. We're just gonna have to guess it, and if it's wrong, guess what? We can re-record. Okay. So, at least I know who is who now. The problem is... the captain and Zale kind of have similar voices. So I need to find a way to distinguish between the two. Well, I kind of have a way. Physically, I have a way, so that might help. Alright, so we got So Twist. I think I could do a couple of these at a time instead of one at a time. And that might make it a little easier. So Twist said, a man with gray eyes sitting across the table from Twist. Where have you traveled to before? I've never traveled, Twist responded. All of the others at the table stopped whatever they were doing to stare at him. That is the part we're about to record next. Alright, so first, narrator voice, then we'll throw in the characters. So Twist, said a man with gray eyes, sitting across the table from Twist. Where have you traveled to before? I've never traveled, Twist responded. All of the others at the table stopped whatever they were doing to stare at him. Easy enough. So, oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Stop that. I want to rename. So, that's period. Oh my gosh. So Twist. So Twist. Said a man with gray eyes. Said a man with gray. Did I spell it right? I don't know. Eyes. Okay. Just to make sure the narrated part is good. Said a man with gray eyes, sitting across the table from Twist. Where have you traveled to before? I've never traveled. Twist responded. All of the others at the table stopped whatever they were doing to stare at him. Okay. I think that's good there. So, Captain voice. Let's make sure we don't get confused with another captain I'm doing. Alright, so they'll talk something like this, because I always like try to close half my mouth when I talk like Zell. If I'm not mistaken. But this is the captain. It's going to be something similar like this. More authoritative, I suppose. Now, I need to also make sure that it's not the same as someone else later on in the story. But I believe something like a strong fatherly figure, somewhat fatherly figure, may not be a bad idea. In this case, so Twist, said a man with gray eyes, sitting across the table from Twist. Where have you traveled to before? I've never traveled. I hope that this is the voice I want to use for the captain. I certainly hope so, and that it's not, what is the word I'm looking for, too common for other men. Yeah. Manly man voice. Alright, let's go for it. So Twist, said a man with gray eyes. We can do this. We can do this. So Twist, said a man with gray eyes, sitting across the table from Twist. Where have you traveled to before? So Twist, that's right here. Split that. Split this. And where have you traveled to before? I'm assuming, just because of that pause. Yes. So we could take that out, we could take this out, and we could also take the end out. Oh, guess what I didn't do? I don't know where the splits are back here. Well, here's one of them. That's definitely So Twist, I hope. Yeah, that's one of them. Remove. Copy. You know what, maybe it's not a bad idea to do it this way. Instead of like pre-cutting it, just cut it later. Might move a little faster. Pretend like it's a speed run. Haha, how about now? Haha, yeah, that actually might be better. So I don't have to worry about moving every clip over if I run out of space. So Twist, where have you traveled to before? Yep. Split that. Split this. Cut that out. Where have you traveled to before? Copy. And we're gonna go. Oh, that's too far back. That's too far back. Here. Hey, look, not enough space. How about now? Now we got space. Oh, so much space. Let's see what it sounds like. Okay. And then we gotta do twist. We could check the spacing a little later. Now we gotta do twist. You know, before I started this recording, I never imagined twist being such a difficult voice to do, but now it's just like, oh my gosh, I can't do this. Maybe I'm too self-conscious, I'm not sure. Alright, twist voice. While his guide took a seat with the others, Arabelle turned to Twist with a smile and insisted that he sit beside her. She began to pour him a cup of tea before he had time to object. "So, Twist," said a man with grey eyes sitting across the table from Twist, "where have you traveled to before?" "I've never traveled," Twist responded. We'll find out. Let's do one more. "So, Twist," said a man with grey eyes, sitting across the table from Twist, "where have you traveled to before?" I did not have my finger on the record button. Let us try again. "So, Twist," said a man with grey eyes, sitting across the table from Twist, "where have you traveled to before?" "I've never traveled," Twist responded. No likey. "So, Twist." I'm a little tired of being his voice, but it's okay, we can do this. "So, Twist," said a man with grey eyes, sitting across the table from Twist, "where have you traveled to before?" "I've never traveled," Twist responded. That might be good. Kind of like that one more. So we're going to go with this one so far. And we can split that. Let that go because it's not needed. We can kill that because not really needed. Is it here? Yeah, it's there. It's there. It is definitely there. Splits. Oh no, stop. Yeah, split. And paste. Okay. And if all goes well, that's the next set of lines. I forgot I did that part. Okay. I think we're good. I'll listen to it one more time though, just to make sure pacing is still okay. I think it was, but I wasn't paying attention to it, so here we go. Huh? Okay. I think it's alright. Save that. Ba 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 da da ba. Ba 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 da da. Where am I? Okay. Told you. Oh no. You're the hardest voice to do for now. Crap. What do you sound like? I don't remember. Oh no, I do not remember. What do you sound? I need to. Let's open up a file. 3, 2. This is one of these. You're talking in one of these. Which one is it? That's the second one. What about the? Yeah, let's do chapter 1. Let's do chapter 1. What do you sound like again? Gotta find out. Ba, 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 ba. Did you take anyone else? You can't know where it is. Oh, here it. Okay, I found the Clockwork Princess. Okay, what do you sound like again? Okay. So, it is something like this. Something like this. Because I remember that her voice isn't too high pitched. I have that saved for someone else. Save us all. But her voice is like this. And thus, when she says something brightly, she'll say, "Told you." Yes, isn't it wonderful? Okay, I think I have her voice again. Oh my goodness. So difficult, so difficult. Let's just go ahead and put that there. If I redeem a sound... Wrong voice, hold on. If I redeem a sound alert, will I mess up the audio? Nope. Because it'll come straight to here and not the microphone. So, you're good. Also, hey King Deluck, how you doing? Gotta give you a quick shout out. I will say, if anything, the sound alert might throw me off, and then I have to re-record something. But other than that, it won't mess up the audio. Shout out to King Deadluck. How are you doing today, by the way? Okay, I thought about doing something evil. Oh my goodness. More importantly, Metroid Prime on Switch. Whoa, hold on. Really? Seriously? Is it finally on the Switch? I have to check that out. I need to remember to check that out. I can't do it now because I'm supposed to be recording, but I'm going to check that out. I could wait on those two. I want to play them as well, but I could wait. Okay. I gotta focus again. Alright. I gotta remember Metroid Prime on Switch. I had to read that 3 times to be sure. どこにある? Ah, kochi. Okay. So, the lines I'm going to read next are, "Told you," Arabelle said brightly. "Isn't it wonderful?" Twist looked at her uncertainly. "You serious?" Zell asked, pausing in his reach for a biscuit. "You never been anywhere?" Twist gave a shrug. "I like London." Those lines will be the ones I'll do next. Alright, let's save here. I think it's available now too. I might be wrong. Yeah, I know what I'll be doing after this stream. I mean, I need to study as well after this stream, but I know what I'll be doing after this stream. A lot of Metroid in my life lately. Alright, let's get the narrator part in. After we take a sip of tea. Alright, ready? Told you, Arabelle said brightly. Isn't it wonderful? Twist looked at her uncertainly. You serious? Zell asked, pausing in his reach for a biscuit. You've never been anywhere? Twist gave a shrug. I like London. Alright. Let's rename this clip to something else. No, wait, told you. Told you is what we're naming this. Told you, Arabelle said brightly. Told you, Arabelle said brightly. Okay, and let's just make sure the narrated part is good. Arabelle said brightly. Isn't it wonderful? Twist, you're serious? Zell asked, pausing in his reach for a biscuit. You've never been anywhere. Twist gave it a shrug. I like London. Okay. That seems to be fine. Now the voices. Let's do Arabelle verse first because she's going to be the hard one. Alright, time to switch. Her voice is something like this. It's not too high pitch. It's kind of somewhere in the middle. I think it's like this. Yes. Also, there's a little tick here. Let's get rid of that little tick. Con. Told you. But she said it more brightly. Much more energy, I suppose. Told you. I guess, like that. Isn't it wonderful? I only have 2 things to say for her. That's it. Only 2 things. Here we go. I've never traveled. Twist responded. All of the others at the table stopped, whatever they were doing, to stare at him. Told you, Arabelle said brightly. Isn't it wonderful? I hope that's okay. Oh, this is going to hurt my ears. Let's go for it. Okay, maybe not so bad. In which case, I can switch back. Alright. So, told you, right here. If we could copy that. And now we have to find it here. This looks like it. Oh, that's totally it. Okay. So, let's split that. Split this. This is not enough space, is it? Oh, wow, that was enough space. The program didn't scream at me. You should be a voice actor. You know, I actually got a book on voice acting. And I considered maybe making that like a side gig or something, but honestly, I don't know if I have time anymore. But, told you, Arabelle said brightly. And this part, isn't it wonderful? Split there, split here. Oh no! I didn't want to do that. Split there. No, here. Split. Split, I say. Okay. Alright, let's find that part. Which should be here. Copy. Go back. let's take out my narrator version of it and throw in her version of it. And what does it sound like so far? All right. There's some little clicks in here I want to get rid of. Why don't I just use the magnifying glass? Okay. We can boop, copy that, paste. Put some of that space back in there. I'm okay with that. Isn't it wonderful? Okay. Let's see. Isn't it wonderful? Look to her with uncertainty. Is that here? No. Wait. Maybe. Uncertainly. So that's certainly part. You're serious is right here. Okay. So that's my next part I need to work on. Split. Split. Which means now we got to do Zale's voice. Bye-bye. Don't need that. Is that all he says? Oh, you've never been anywhere before? Alright, time to be Zale. All the others at the table stopped whatever they were doing to stare at him. Told you, Arabelle said brightly. Isn't it wonderful? Twist looked at her uncertainly. You serious? Zale asked, pausing in his reach for a biscuit. You never been anywhere? Alright. Let's give it a try, shall I? Wait, we don't have it in the right spot there. Okay. Oh, let's get into character. All the others at the table stopped whatever they were doing to stare at him. Told you, Arabelle said brightly. Isn't it wonderful? Twist looked at her uncertainly. You're serious? Zale asked, pausing in his reach for a biscuit. You've never been anywhere. That looks like his voice. That might sound like his voice. Well, let's just try the first part. You're serious. Copy. Make sure there's some space just in case I mess up. And paste. Hey, it worked. Let's see. Is this the next part? Yep. We're going to go ahead and split that and just pretend like it didn't exist. And then here has to be it. Copy. Paste. Yeah, that's right. That looks okay. All right, let's see. We'll go with it for now. If it, oh, no, that's not it. That's unnecessary. It's okay. You can go away. Your service is no longer required here. So, let's throw these together here. And then we just got to do twist part. Oh, this is going to take some time. This is going to take some time. Twist, you say things like, I like London. That's all he says. And he does it with the shrug. Alright, Twist, let's do this. I've never traveled, Twist responded. All of the others, what were they doing? All of the others at the table stopped whatever they were doing to stare at him. Told you, Arabelle said brightly. Isn't it wonderful? Twist looked at her with uncertainty. You serious? Zell asked, pausing in his reach for a biscuit. You'd never been anywhere? Twist gave a shrug. I like London. That's all he says. That's it. This is just this one line. It's just this one line right here. That's all he says. Copy. Can I do that, actually? Today I learned to save myself more time. Okay. Let's just move that far away. And okay. Let's just throw that together here. Let's take out some of this because it's not necessary. And what does the whole thing sound like? Okay. Delete that, save. Next up, we got a few more lines here. Why? Zell asked, confusion rampant on his face. Zell, be polite, said the man with gray eyes. This trip must be quite the treat for you, Twist, he said, sipping at his tea like an evil villain. That part's not in there. Yes, it must all be very exciting, Zell agreed, nibbling at his biscuit. I like the choice of words there. The woman with silver eyes laughed lightly to herself, sipping at a glass of red wine, the bright silk hanging gently at the side of her face. I think I could get all of that in. There's only two voices. Two voices. Yeah, we could do this. So first narrator voice, and then we'll throw in the character voices afterwards. Start you there. Time is it? 6:36. Okay, got like 2.5 hours to go. Well, only 2.5. Thought I had a little more time. Why? Okay, so we're starting with why. Why? Zell asked, confusion rampant on his face. Zell, be polite, said the man with gray eyes. This trip must be quite the trip for you, Twist, he said, sipping at his tea. Yes, it must all be very exciting, Zell agreed, nibbling at his biscuits. The woman with the silver eyes laughed lightly to herself, sipping at a glass of red wine, the bright silk hanging gently at the side of her face. Okay. I thought I messed up that last paragraph. I think it was an okay read. We're going to find out later. But first, let's rename this to Why Zell Asked. Why Zell Asked. Yeah, that should work. I should know where I am if I go with that. And let's just see what the narrator sounds like. Confusion rampant on his face. Light, said the man with gray eyes. This trip must be quite the treat. Sipping at his tea. It must all be very exciting. Zell agreed, nibbling at his biscuit. The woman with the silver eyes laughed lightly to herself, sipping at the glass of red wine, and the regrets hanging gently at the side of her face. Okay, I messed up the shadow reading, but the actual reading for the narrator was okay. Fortunately, the part I messed up on was the character, so that's going to get deleted regardless. Cool. Why? Yes, it must all be very exciting. Those are Zell's lines. So, ba-ba-ba-da-da. And once again, we're back to Zell. More or less. Something like that. So, I asked this kid once if he never traveled before. He was like, no, I never traveled. He likes London. I'm like, what the fuck? No, he doesn't say that. Alright. Alright, back in the character. Alright, here we go. So, let's get ready to record here. And told you, Arabelle said brightly. Isn't it wonderful? Twist looked at her uncertainly. You're serious? Zell asked, pausing in his reach for a biscuit. You've never been anywhere? Twist gave a shrug. I like London. Why? Zell asked, confusion rampant on his face. Zell, be polite, said the man with gray eyes. This trip must be quite the treat for you, Twist, he said, sipping at his tea. Yes, it must all be very exciting, Zell agreed, nibbling at his biscuit. Alright. I hope this works because my cheek hurts. Let's see. Here's the why. Let's just do that now. I bet it's fine. I bet it's fine. But just to be sure. Confusion rampant on his face. Zell, be polite, said the man with gray eyes. This trip must be quite the treat for you, he said, sipping at his tea. Yes, it was all be very exciting. I'm glad Zell's voice is not my narrator voice. My gosh. My cheek would be so like rock hard. Rock hard. Copy. Let's find out where you are back here. Here you are. Let's just go ahead and split that, delete, paste. Not enough space. That's okay, we can make space here. How about now? Yeah, now we got space. So much space. Ooh. Also, I think there's a little click there, but it's fine. I could just go ahead and get rid of it now. Alright. Why, Zell asked. He's not nibbling on his biscuit yet. He's reaching for his biscuit. Nope. No, that's the confusion. Confusion rampant on his face. Okay. Then Zell, be polite. Never been anywhere. Is it here that's... Yes, it must all be very exciting. Yep. So here, we're going to split that. And we're going to remove that. And we're going to take his voice. We're going to take his voice, which I think is here. There. And we are going to copy and travel all the way back over here. And pasta. All right. And that should be Zale. And oh, Ladybug, hey, how you doing? How's it going? Not bad. Just, sitting here recording a book I did for the reading stream for my friend / author of the book. How are you doing today? And we give you a shout out. Hope that you are doing well today. I can't spell. There we are. Mega Man Battle Network 6. It's been a while since I've been on your channel, actually. Well, that's true for everyone with the exception of King. I was on his channel, what was it, 2 days ago? Something like that. Like, I'm slowly getting back into being more involved with Twitch and everything again. It's been an interesting past couple of weeks. But I think we got Zale. We need to get the next character. Let's make sure we are happy with what we have first. Which is... I think that's fine. So we'll put that together. And the next part, he said sipping at his tea. Sipping at his tea. Yes. Well, there's an exclamation point. And that's the only reason why his voice sounds a little different. Yes, it must all be very exciting. Something like that. I think I'm gonna go with it for now. If I need to, I can always re-record it. I can always re-record. Boop. Say bye-bye, Zell, and say hello, Captain. I thought it just kept missing the streams. Nice to... I'm assuming no. You're well? Yeah, for anyone who usually keeps up with my streams or whatnot, I haven't streamed much of anything for the past 2 to 3 weeks. I was traveling, and then all kinds of things decided to happen around the same week or so. But, we're doing better now. We are able to do a bit more streaming. I still need to figure out what my schedule is for game streams going forward, because I'm now questioning if I can actually pull off Sunday streams. I might try to go back to Monday streams again. Just trying to figure out how to pull it off with other things in life. But no, I still do game streams. There have been pop-up Metroid Dread rando streams still. And as I told Tony at the beginning of this stream, I'm considering my next scheduled game stream or planned game stream being Dead Space. Probably not the new one because I'm broke, but probably the older Dead Space. And King Deadluck just mentioned that Metroid Prime is on the Switch now, so I will say seeing you play Metroid Prime Ladybug made me want to play it again. So we'll see where that goes. But we need to do a captain. See, captain's voice, remember, it's fatherly. It's a fatherly voice. If I can do a fatherly voice, I believe it is something like this that I was doing for the captain. Very genetic fatherly voice for myself, if I do say so myself. Now, if we had to do the lines, it will sound something like, "Why?" Zell asked, confusion rampant on his face. "Zell, be polite," said the man with gray eyes. "This trip must be quite the trip for you, Twist," he said, sipping at his tea. Perhaps? 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 Um, just finished Prime and we'll probably play it again. It's a good game. It's a good game. See, this is why Zell asked confusion rampant on his face. So this is the part I want. In which case, this, just split that. That can go, because I won't need it. I hope. And I need that part. Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. Oh, that's because I started at Zell, be polite, not Y. Control Z, Control Z. All right. Oh no! This trip must be quite the trip for you. That is incorrect. This trip must be quite the treat for you. Let's just re-record after that. We'll keep that just in case I want to use the first part of it. But we gotta redo the second part. And now we're back to our somewhat fatherly voice. I believe this is the voice that we're going to go with. Now, why? Zell asked, confusion rampant on his face. Zell, be polite, said the man with gray eyes. This trip must be quite the treat for you, Twist, he said, sipping at his tea. I kind of get what you're doing, but do you think you could tell me a bit more? You mean what I'm doing at the moment? I might need a little clarification on the question here. And we're going to take a quick listen here. Okay. We're keeping this one. So, Ladybug, and anyone else who may be curious as to what I'm doing or want confirmation as to what I'm doing, I am doing an audiobook recording for the author of this book. Oh, jeez, I'm just right here. I can't really point to it because my microphone's in the way. This book over here. This book over here. Camera throws me off. This book over here. So I know you're doing lines, but I'm missing the context. All right. So last year, when I started up the reading stream, I called my friend and I asked her if it was okay to use her book as a book I could use for the stream because I didn't want to read things like Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, Dracula, things like that. Everybody does that. I wanted to read books that were maybe not well known, but it's been published. And that's maybe still under copyright protection, like this book. So I talked to my friend and asked if I had permission. She was A-okay with it, and we did the reading stream. That's basically what kicked off the reading stream. And now a year later, I'm finally keeping my word to her that I would try to do an audiobook version of the book. So in order to do the audiobook version, I realized I needed to slot in time to do this audiobook. And I realized probably the best way to do it is if I do it on stream. Because if I do it on stream, there's extra accountability on me to actually do it. So is a nice 4 to 5 hour chunk of time I can use to do recordings. So that's pretty much the context of why I'm doing this audiobook recording. And also because it's just fun to do. I am having fun even though even though the voices and the dialogues are getting me. But we're making it. We're making it. I believe this is Zell. Be polite. It is. So this is what we want. Copy. And we need to find it back here somewhere. Here? Okay. That was it. We're just going to go ahead and split that, delete it, and paste. Oh, no room. I need to make room. How about now? Yay! Oh, wow, just enough room. So Zell, be polite. The man with the gray eyes said, "This trip must be quite the treat for you, Twist," which I'm assuming is this. Am I saying this trip must be quite the trip for you, Twist? Like, I said it in the narrator voice, too. Oh, no. Oh, no, that's not what I want. I want to split it first. And now we can delete it. Now for lucky, we actually said the line correctly. If we're lucky. And no space. Oh no, I gotta move it more? Boo. No. Boo. Yay. Here. Must be quite the treat for you. Yes, it must all be very exciting. I already added that in. Yeah, I've added that in. Okay, so this is everything. This is all the voices for that section. In that case, let's see what it all sounds like. Okay. I am happy with that. I am happy with that. That I put everything together. Okay. And save. You sound like me when I record voiceovers for my scripts. I hope that's a compliment. I'm hoping that's a compliment, Ladybug. I'm gonna count it as a compliment for my own ego. And maybe yours. I'm going to count it as a compliment. Alright. So next up we have... You don't think so? Ma chérie. I think it's ma chérie. I don't speak French, so I don't know for sure. But... Ma chérie. Asked a man with a strong French accent. And it's a strong French accent sitting beside her. He wore gold, wire-rimmed glasses, a very well-trimmed beard, and decidedly the best-looking and most stylish clothes of the lot. He's terrified, the woman said smoothly. Something about the way she said it made Twist shiver. She glanced at him with a wicked gleam in her silver eyes. Okay. I think I should get that part as well, which means I gotta turn the page. Um, but it's the French part. French accent, no less. Like, I don't want to do a caricature. I want to try to do this justice and not offend anyone. And if I do, I apologize. I'm just one person who tries to do multiple voices. That's all. But, counted for both of us, I will. I certainly will. Alright. Let's take a little sip of tea here. Well, first things first, we're going to do the narrator. We're going to do the lines as the narrator, and then from there... Oh, good news. The next page is all narrator, so I don't have to worry about that. So we'll do all narrator, and then we'll do in the character voices. So... let's just get that ready to go. And... I think we're good. I think we're good. I can mispronounce ma chérie as much as I want as a narrator. And go. You don't think so, ma chérie? Asked a man with a strong French accent, sitting beside her. He wore gold wire-rimmed glasses, a very well-trimmed beard, and decidedly the best-looking clothes. Oh, we're just stopping. Too self-conscious. Okay. Hello, I was too self-conscious with that one. Let's try again. You don't think so, ma chérie? Asked a man with a strong French accent sitting beside her. He wore gold wire-rimmed glasses, a very well-trimmed beard, and decidedly the best-looking and most stylish clothes of the lot. He's terrified, the woman said smoothly. Something about the way she said it made Twist shiver. She glanced at him with a wicked gleam in her silver eyes. Rename? You don't think so, ma chérie? Okay, my keyboard is not good for French. Oh. You don't think so? You don't think so? I know what, we're just gonna stick with that. No, we're just throwing ma. Alright. I can't do the accents over the E's. And I didn't mean it as anything. Is your attitude when rereading lines that make sure it's all there and the control Z. It's like half panic and like it's okay. Yeah, that makes sense though. And praying I did it right. Yeah. Again, it's a lot of fun to do. Oh, we gotta make sure the narrator is okay, so let's go ahead and give this a listen. Asked the man with a strong French accent, sitting beside her. He wore gold wire-rimmed glasses, a very well-trimmed beard, and decidedly the best-looking and stylish clothes of the lot. He's terrified, the woman says. Something about the way she said it made Twist shiver. She glanced at him with a wicked gleam in her silver eyes. Okay. I'll take that. Now. You know what? We'll just do he's terrified first. Let's get her voice out of the way and done. Because it's the easier one. Okay. If she says it smoothly in the way she said it. Okay. Because I know what she is. I'm just gonna pretend like she's stalking a prey and she knows she's going to pounce and like have a very good meal. That's how we're going to say it. Okay. You know, without context, that could be taken the wrong way. Anyway, her voice. Yes, it must all be very exciting, Zell agreed, nibbling at his biscuit. The woman with the silver eyes laughed lightly to herself, sipping at a glass of red wine, the bright silk hanging gently on the side of her face. You don't think so, ma chérie? Asked the man with a strong French accent, sitting beside her. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, a very well-trimmed beard, and decidedly the best-looking and most stylish clothes of the lot. He's terrified, the woman said smoothly. Luckily, we has context. We has context. Let's see. So he's terrified. Oh, I just gotta get that line. Copy. And now we have to find it back here somewhere. Maybe here? Yeah, that's it. That's the good stuff. Let's go ahead and split this. And get rid of that. And we're gonna paste. Oh, wait, not there. No, no, no. Here. Here. Oh, still no space. Wait. 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 Okay. There's the he's terrified part. Now, I'm hoping I have the right voice for her. No, let's jump back. Where are you? Are you hungry? Oh, perfect. Here she is. He's terrified. It might be okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I might do it one more time. I'm kind of about it, to be honest. I've never traveled, Twist responded. All of the others at the table stopped whatever they were doing to stare at him. Told you, Arabelle said brightly. Isn't it wonderful? Twist looked at her uncertainly. You're serious? Zell asked, pausing in his reach for a biscuit. You've never been anywhere. Twist gave a shrug. I like London. Why? Zell asked, confusion rampant on her face. Zell, be polite, said the man with the grey eyes. This trip must be quite the treat for you, Twist, he said, sipping at his tea. Yes, it must all be very exciting, Zell agreed, nibbling at his biscuit. The woman with the silver eyes laughed lightly to herself, sipping at a glass of red wine, the bright silk hanging gently at the side of her face. You don't think so, ma chérie? Asked the man with a strong French accent, standing beside her. He wore gold wire-rimmed glasses, a very well-trimmed beard, and decidedly the best-looking and most stylish clothes of the lot. He's terrified, the woman said smoothly. Alright. That was a lot just to get this one part. Alright, so there's that, and then there's let's take that out. Just gonna do a nice little side by side here. Yeah. Take that out. Yeah. And then we're going to give it a try. Second one. Second one's deeper. Or second one is richer, I should say. In my opinion. Oh, let's try again. Yeah, we're going with the second one. Second one. I like the second one better. So we're gonna copy. And then we're gonna make a nice little pasta. あらどうも。違う。本当 How about now? 嘘。もう一回。ちょっと。もっと移動して。I don't know if that's the right verb I need to use to like say slide over. Demo. There it is. Now I'm listening to the narrator. Hold on. Oh no, it's fine. Oh, that was concerning. I thought I messed up the narrator voice. Like, the narrator voice is my natural voice. How did I mess that up? Alright. The voices, they're in my head. They're getting to me. And is that too long of a pause? Yeah, we could cut that a little bit. Like, maybe that much? Maybe a little bit more? Let's do that much. Maybe not as much. Say about half of that. So about here. I think it's okay. I think I can work with that. Now, the part that I'm not going to enjoy too much. Slash enjoy. The doctor. Who is French. And I don't do French very well. Okay. Why? Why couldn't you be Japanese? Technically, that's later. But why? Why couldn't you be Japanese? It's okay. Let's see. And again, if this is all spoilers for you, go out, buy the book. It's not that expensive. You can read this book. You can definitely finish reading this book by the time I get ready to do the next stream. So, like, it's not that long of a book at all. In comparison to some other giant novels or whatnot. You can definitely read it, like, within a week and get all the spoilers out of the way. But, you know, this is like what, the third, fourth time I'm going through this book. So, just throwing it out there. It's a really nice book. So, the good doctor, who is French, strong French accent. What do I usually do for him? I'd usually do something like this. A French accent. But I do not know if this is really a good accent for a French person. And of course, I do not know very many French people, so this makes it a little difficult to do. But this is the version that I am probably going to go with. In which case, I still do not think that this is the correct one, but Until we could possibly find somebody who would like to do pro bono work for a French accent or any other accents or voices, this is the best we're going to do. I suppose this is the best we're going to do. Now, we are going to go ahead and do the recording and pray that we could say ma chérie, ma chérie. Now, is this the voice I want to give him? Voice something like this, a little... What is the word I'm thinking of? Possibly as if I am drowning under the water. Is drowning under the water? Or could I perhaps give him a different type of voice with the same accent? I do not think so. I do not think so. I believe that this is the best I'm going to get for him. And hopefully when I have to do another person with a similar accent, there's no one can tell the difference. Fingers crossed. And so, let us go ahead and get this voice in. I feel as if now I am in vocal character. The woman with the silver eyes laughed lightly to herself, sipping at a glass of red wine, the bright silk hanging gently at the side of her face. You don't think so, ma chérie? Asked the man with the strong French accent, sitting beside her. I kinda don't like. As we try this again. The woman with the silver eyes laughed lightly to herself, sipping at the glass of red wine, the bright silk hanging gently by the side of her face. I believe that is what we're going to go with. It is a little louder. The woman with the silver eyes laughed lightly to herself, sipping at the glass of red wine. The bright silk hanging gently at the side of her face. You don't think so, ma chérie? Asked the man with the strong French accent. You know, if I continue to French studies, because it's not like I didn't take a class in French a long time ago, but if I kept up with it, this would have been easy. But no. I want to learn a different language, I said. Okay. We'll keep it, but we'll do one more recording. The woman with the silver eyes laughed lightly to herself, sipping at the glass of red wine, the bright silk hanging gently at the side of her face. I believe that is the voice I'm going to go with. So, the woman with the silver eyes laughed lightly to herself, sipping at the glass of red wine, the bright silk hanging gently at the side of her face. You don't think so, ma chérie? Asked the man with the strong French accent. Alright, let's listen to both of them. What other languages do you want to learn? Well, at the moment, I speak 1.75 languages. I mean, a lot of people say I speak 2 languages, which is English and Japanese. If I was to learn a new language, it most likely will be Arabic. And there's a story as to why that's the case. Let me find out which voice I'm going to use here. Oh, we could cut that part out. I don't need this. And we could cut that part out because I won't need it. Let's play. Which voice is better? We got two contestants, voice number 1-1 and 1-3. Let's find out which one's better. I kind of don't like both of them. They're both losers. Oh, let's see. I don't like either one of them. Oh my gosh. I don't like either one of those voices. Ugh. You're such a difficult voice. I did not think you would be the hardest one. Um Reading stream, I don't care. I just go through it. But now. Um but as far as like wanting to learn, if I had to choose another language to learn, it most likely would be Arabic, and the reason why is because when I was in school, I did take like French and Spanish. Did I take Spanish? I didn't take Spanish class. But I tried to learn Spanish on my own, and I had a hard time with those languages because I would see the words, and then I would see the words in my brain. They like look like English words to me, so my brain thought, "This is English. Why am I pronouncing it funny?" Um, Not saying that those languages are funny looking. It's just my brain is like, that's not how you pronounce that word. And I was like, yes, it is. Yes, it is. It was a constant battle. So when I started taking Japanese in high school, I was like, oh, perfect. The writing system looks nothing like English. So now my brain is not thinking in English. Like when I see Japanese, I don't think that's an English word. I just think that's a Japanese word and I go for it. So after I learned Japanese, more or less, I decided to try to learn Korean, and I also had some exposure to Chinese. And unfortunately, Japanese use kanji or Chinese symbols for parts of their writing. So now when I see Chinese, my brain switches over to Japanese, and Hangul, the Korean language, bits and pieces of it look like kanji, and so my brain is switching back over to Japanese still. Arabic, when I tried to learn it on my own, was fine because I looked at Arabic and thought, oh, this doesn't look like English or Japanese. I should be fine. And more or less I was. I just need a teacher or something to actually teach me in time. But that's why if I was to learn a new language, it would be Arabic, so that I don't confuse it with the other two languages in my head. Um, I didn't get to take Japanese. I had to do Chinese. I mean, that is the language my wife speaks as her second language. To clarify, as her second language. But yeah, knowing a second language, like anyone who knows a second language or just taking time to study a second language, I heard has really nice benefits for you, mentally speaking. Um, Speaking of nice benefits, mentally speaking, I gotta redo this voice. You don't think so, ma chérie? The woman with the silver eyes laughed lightly to herself, sipping at a glass of red wine, the bright silk hanging gently at the side of her face. You don't think so, ma chérie? I suppose I can do a voice like this. So we're going to give this a try and see if we can get a better voice. And if not, we will have to choose one of the voices. The woman with the silver eyes laughed lightly to herself, sipping at a glass of red wine, the bright silk hanging gently at the side of her face. You don't think so, ma chérie? Asked the man with a strong French accent. Delete that. Delete the little ticks in there. Alright, let's play the game that we all love. Which voice is going to go into the script? Let's see. That one feels less offensive. Alright, last one. He is going to be a hard voice. Oh my gosh, he is going to be a hard voice. Let's just copy that. I'll cringe later. And where does he say that? Probably here. Yeah, that's it. That is it. Let us go ahead and cut that out and paste that in. And no space. Surprise. How about now? There it is. Boop. Is that everybody's voice? Yes, it is. That should be everybody's voice. Sis. For this section. Whew. Oh, the doctor. You're not going to be fun to do. Fun to do for the reading stream, not fun to do for the recording. All right. Reading gods, please be with me. Recording gods too. And voice gods. You know, just all of them. Just throw them all into the box and like put it in my backpack. I need them with me. All right. I think that's just what we're going to have to go with. Hey, wait a minute. No, not you. That's just what we're going to have to go with. All right. We are finally on to page 24. It took 2.5 hours, but we finally made it 2 pages. All right. So the next lines are, Ozzy, you be nice too, said the man with gray eyes. Don't let them bother you, he said to Twist. They both get bored too easily. Ozzy gave him a dangerous glance. Crumpet? Arabelle asked, offering Twist one on a small plate. Twist took it purely out of politeness, keeping an eye on Ozzy all the while. Her fingers looked like sharp claws on the delicate glass of wine. Okay. Let me just take a little sip here. So, we're going to do 2 paragraphs? I bet I could do 2 paragraphs. There's only 2 people talking. There is the captain and Arabelle. Arabelle's line I'll probably do first. Alright, so we're going to take that out and save the project. Ooh, sorry. Ozzy, you be nice too, said the man with gray eyes. Don't let them bother you, he said to Twist. They both get bored too easily. Ozzy gave him a dangerous glance. Yeah, I probably want to make sure I'm saying Ozzy instead of Ozzy, because we don't want Ozzy Osbourne to come at me. Just Ozzy. Crumpet? Arabelle asked, offering Twist one on a small plate. Twist took it purely out of politeness, keeping an eye on Ozzy all the while. Her fingers looked like sharp claws on a delicate glass of wine. Okay. Let us get ready. Yeah. Yeah. Ozzy, you be nice too, said the man with gray eyes. Don't let them bother you, he said to Twist. They get bored too easily. Ozzy gave him a dangerous glance. Crumpet? Arabelle asked, offering Twist one on a small plate. Twist took it purely out of politeness, keeping an eye on Ozzy all the while. Her fingers looked like sharp claws on the delicate glass of wine. I almost messed up at the end. I felt it. I almost messed up at the very end of that one. Alright, so we're going to rename this because I feel confident in this one. Ozzy, you be nice now too. Ozzy, you can't spell, be nice now too. There's a comma there. And, wow. Let's make sure the narrator is okay. Okay. Boy, am I glad that the narrator's not doing the voices for characters. So I definitely messed up some of those lines. So first up, Crumpet for Arabelle. And she speaks something like this. It's something closer to this voice. That is Arabelle's voice. I have to remember it's somewhat high, but not quite high enough. I think this is it. So, when we say Ozzy gave him a dangerous glance, Crumpet, I suppose something like that would work. And I'm still going with my assumption that Arabelle has the hots for Twist. Just something about it. Now, let us get ready. Crumpet. I think that would be good. They both get bored too easily. Ozzy gave him a dangerous glance. Crumpet? Arabelle asked. Try again. I just gotta say the word crumpet, that's all. They both get bored too easily. Ozzy gave him a dangerous glance. Crumpet? Ew, I didn't like that one. How about Crumpet? Arabelle asked. We're just gonna kill that, because I know that's not right. And we'll take that chance. Copy. Now we just gotta find her line. Most likely here. Yeah, that's it. We're gonna delete and we're gonna paste. No space. There's never space. Never space. Just move that over there and then move this a little bit. Now let's try. There it is. How's there? I barely moved it. Okay. And next up we have Captain's voice. I'm gonna let that go. If I have to re-record it, I will. And oh wait, hold on. Also, you mentioned doing stuff on YouTube, right? What's your channel? Okay. So originally I was doing this, like this recording stream on YouTube, but I kind of didn't like it. So now, after a while, the VOD of this stream is going to go to YouTube, but the previous recordings I've done are on YouTube. And my channel is, if I'm mistaken, youtube.com/the Takanome, or is it @the Takanome? I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember. I have a hard time remembering what my channel was. ちょっと待って。確認しましょう。俺のチャンネルは、あらあ、そうか。Yeah. YouTube.com/at the takonome. That's it. So, can I post links on my own channel? I don't know. I don't know if I can. I don't think. No, I shouldn't be blocked from posting links. It's my channel at the Taka no Me. That should be it right there. There is not a whole lot on that channel, to be honest, but I'm going to use it for storing the recordings on that of this book on that channel. So, fatherly voice. Something about the way she said it made Twist shiver. She glanced at him with a wicked gleam in her silver eyes. Ozzy, you be nice now too. That is probably the voice I'm going to go with for the captain again. I think it is close enough. Now then, let us prepare to read his lines. Something about the way she said it made Twist shiver. She glanced at him with a wicked gleam in her silver eyes. Ozzy, you be nice now too, said the man with gray eyes. Don't let them bother you, he said to Twist. They both get bored too easily. Maybe? Boy, am I glad I didn't have to worry about the pacing there. They both get bored too easily. I should probably say it that way. Hold on. Let's just take that part out. And Ozzy, you be nice now too, said the man with gray eyes. Don't let them bother you, he said to Twist. I pressed the wrong button. One more time. Ozzy, you be nice now too, said the man with gray eyes. Don't let them bother you, he said to Twist. They both get bored too easily. Okay. Ozzy, you be nice now too. Let's get that. And let's find it. Here? I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. I said it wrong, but that's okay. And let's split, delete, paste? No space. Story of my life. Story of my life. Let's do that so we can all move together as one. After we make some space here. Okay. Where's my... I don't think so. Mashari. Okay, right here. I'm so happy I named the clips after the first few words of a paragraph. Ozzy, you be nice now too, said the man with gray eyes. Probably here, don't let them bother you. So we're gonna go ahead and get ready to remove that. Don't let them bother you. It's probably here. We're going to copy that. And now, if I'm not mistaken, this is what I need to remove. Yes, it is. Paste. No space. So much space. Don't let them bother you. They get bored too easily. Don't let them bother you. He said to Twist. Probably here. They get bored too easily. Yep. Which is here I want. Okay. Let's make some space. I know this is much longer. And boom. I think we're good. Let's find out. Okay. I think it's okay. Save. Okie dokie. Next up. Oh, look. That's one. Well, shall we have some proper introductions? Finally, introductions. Asked the man with gray eyes. He then introduced himself as Howell Davis, the owner and captain of the ship, the Vimana. Arabelle, his niece, was the ship's rigging expert. Zell was the ship's engineer, while Dr. Philippe Rhodes, the smartly dressed man with the glasses, was the ship's doctor. Ozzy was introduced as Dr. Rhodes' wife, not life, and the ship's defense and security expert. Now, one thing I'm going to be a little thrown off with is the pronunciation of Dr. Rhodes. Now, it's R-O-D-E-S, but the E has the little... Is that accent grave? Because that's the only one I remember from French class. It's the little tick mark that leans forward over the E, and I don't remember how that changes the pronunciation of the E. This is also why I'm not very good with, like, European languages. Like, why do you guys do this to me? Why couldn't it just be a different letter? But, that aside, I need to decide how I'm going to pronounce his name. Philippe, no problem. I'm definitely going with Philippe on that one. But Rhodes. Wait. There's an S at the end. It's not in the word careful. So S would it be pronounced? S would it be pronounced? So Dr. Rode? Rode? Don't know either. I'll try to look it up. What does the E look like again? Okay, so it is the letter E. You know what? Hold on. Let me see. Can I... Maybe my phone can help me. Let me find out. Huh. Someone else is playing Metroid Prime right now. channel? Is this what I want? I want to chat. It looks like that. That's the E we're working with here. You can go right now. Yay, my smartphone apparently is smarter than I when it comes to languages. But I don't know how that's pronounced. You know what? I could try to look it up too, be quite honest. French accent over E. How do you type? French accent over E. There are 4 ways to pronounce it. A called closey. E. Okay, let's see if we can figure this out. As fascinating as the French language is, there's no easy way to learn it. I don't think there is. From grammar to pronunciation to studying in the context of French culture, the language of love is as complicated as it is interesting. We have heard each word is said or have tried to read French. Demo, you can, but do you know that each individual letters are said be paid attention to? I do know that actually. The letters in French do not just form the words, they also guide readers and speakers on how each word should be said. French vowels, in particular, are sometimes topped with accents. でもちょっとスキップしよう。もっと進めこちら。when and how did the E accent begin? 歴史欲しくないよ。What type of French E with an accent? There is the acute accent. It's the acute E. Okay, see, it's AIGU. I'm just going to say AIGU because I don't feel like figuring it out. Accent is only seen above the letter E and it points right upward. A stressed E sound, which is pronounced similar to the English word A. A? The pronunciation of A can vary depending on the word it appears in. So it's best to listen to native French speakers. Consult a consultation guide for specific words. GPT, no, AI, you're supposed to know this. You're supposed to help me here more. I found an example that says it sounds like A as in hey. Oh yeah, like Tony SP mentions there. That's what I saw. So like an A. So it's like an A sound. And yeah, the acute E as in hey, somewhere between E and set and E and C. E, A. E, A. You know what? We're going with the hey. Like I wait, A. Oh my gosh. I swear Japanese is easier. Okay, so as in hey, somewhere between E and se and E and C. E. I guess it'd be like that. A. Oh, sorry, I'm being funny. No worries. Just like how E and Y sound like in hey. Oh my gosh, okay. In that case, his name, Rode, with the accent acute over it, S, most likely, Rode. We're going with Rode. That's his name now. It's done. It's set. French speakers, like if Zombie Master happens to be watching this, if you're offended by this or you're like, that's not how you pronounce that, by all means, like, you want to help me out, like, do the pronunciations and the reading for this? I'm like, oh my gosh. Rode is his name now. I probably mispronounced the R, but we're going with Rode. uh, all the books I read have really fantastical names that are hard to nail down. Yeah, we're going with Rode. Rode is his name now. Alright. The things you learn. Where am I reading? I'm introducing people. That's right. So, Philippe Rode, the smartly dressed man with the glasses, was the ship's doctor, and Ozzy was introduced as Dr. Rode's wife and the ship's defense and security expert. Okay, we got this. We're going to do the next paragraph as soon as I bring up Audacity again. We're going to do the next paragraph here. Yeah, help us. We're not that ignorant. Think about it like this. We're trying to do these languages justice by attempting to pronounce it with the utmost accuracy. Attempting. And boy, are we attempting. Alright. Next paragraph. Well, shall we have some proper introductions? I will need to add in his voice for that. Alright, let's begin. Well, shall we have some proper introductions? Asked the man with gray eyes. He then introduced himself as Howell Davis, the owner and captain of this airship, the Vamana. Arabelle, his niece, was the ship's rigging expert. Zell was the ship's engineer, while Dr. Philippe Rode, the smartly dressed man with the glasses, was the ship's doctor. Ozzy was introduced as Dr. Rode's wife and the ship's defense and security expert. Maybe. I was a little self-conscious for that one, but we're going to say it worked. Shall we have some proper introductions? Well, shall we have some proper? And we can leave it there. That should be enough. Yeah, you're right. That counts for something. Not knowing only exists until we inform ourselves. Yeah. I mean, we're taking the time to try to learn. So, hopefully no one's too offended. Some proper introductions. Asked the man with gray eyes. He then introduced himself as Howell Davis, the owner and captain of the airship, the Vamana. Arabelle, his niece, was the ship's rigging expert. Zell was the ship's engineer, while the ship's doctor. Ozzy was introduced as Dr. Rode's wife and the ship's defense and security expert. Alright, we need to re-record something. While Dr. Philippe Rode. I need to re-record that part. The rest of it seemed okay, but it's just that part. Right there. Because while was mispronounced. See. Yeah, that's not while. Okay, so we just need to do that part again. Fortunately, it's narrator voice. He then introduced himself as Howell Davis, the owner and captain of this airship, the Vamana. Arabelle, his niece, was the ship's rigging expert. Zell, hold on. Zell was the ship's engineer, while Dr. Philippe Rodet, the smartly dressed man with the glasses, was the ship's doctor. I flummoxed that last part, but you know what? I don't need it actually. I just need this part. Oh yeah, sounds like the word wow this time. Copy. Let's find that part. Delete. Paste? Oh, ooh. Look at that. Oh, it fit right in. Sort of. Okay, let's see how it blends in. That's better. And let's take out that little tick here, because I definitely heard it and it's bothersome. Alright. Save. And the next bits. Oh, we got about an hour left. I don't know if I'm finishing this chapter tonight. Oh dear God. Okay, we are not finishing this chapter tonight. We'll have to save it for another time. But we are going to keep going. Next few lines. Don't be alarmed, but she is also a vampire. Spoiler. Captain Davis said aside. Twist almost choked on his tea and looked at Ozzy in shock and fright. She only smiled back at him, holding her glass of wine to her lips. It's nothing you need to worry about, Dr. Rodet said evenly. Besides, you're too small to make much of a meal, Ozzy said with a wink and false sweetness to Twist. Pure animal terror shot up to his spine, rooting him to his chair. He forced himself to speak, just to keep from speak. Not screaming. 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 I don't know what screaming is. Alright. So I think I could get all that in, and that would be 3 voices that we'll have to go back and do. 2 of which won't be too hard. 1 of which... Well, we'll do this part first. Alright, so... Don't be alarmed, she is also a vampire, Captain Davis said aside. Twist almost choked on his tea and looked at Ozzy in shock and fright. She only smiled back at him, holding her glass of wine to her lips. It's nothing you need to be worried about. Chico, it's nothing you need to worry about, Dr. Rodet said evenly. Besides, you're too small to make much of a meal, Ozzy said with a wink and false sweetness to Twist. Pure animal terror shot up Twist's spine, rooting him to his chair. He spoke. He forced himself to speak, just to keep from screaming. Alright, here we go. Wish us luck. Don't be alarmed, but she is also a vampire, Captain Davis said aside. Twist almost choked on his tea and looked at Ozzy in shock and fright. She only smiled back at him, holding her glass of wine to her lips. It's nothing you need to worry about, Dr. Rodet said evenly. Besides, you're too small to make much of a meal, Ozzy said with a wink and a false sense. Good news. I know where to re-record. Bad news. Where's besides? Here? Here. Let's just take that part out and we'll redo that last bit. She only smiled back at him, holding her glass of wine to her lips. Is nothing you need to worry about, Dr. Rodet said evenly. Besides, you're too small to make much of a meal, Ozzy said with a wink and false sweetness to Twist. Pure animal terror shot up Twist's spine, rooting him to his chair. He forced himself to speak, just to keep from screaming. How did I pronounce the last word? If we're doing that, he forced himself. Yeah, just the last sentence. Besides, you're too small to make much of a meal, Ozzy said with a wink. And false sweetness to Twist. Pure animal terror shot up Twist's spine, rooting him to his chair. He forced himself to speak, just to keep from screaming. It's probably better. Okay, so now we need to get rid of some of this pause. Not yet. Let's do that much, maybe? Yeah, still not yet. How about that much? A little bit more. Bringing him to his chair, he forced himself to speak. There? To his chair, he forced himself to speak, just to keep from screaming. I think it's okay now. I think that's fine. Let's try from here. Terror shot up to his spine, rooting him to his chair. He forced himself to speak, just to keep from Pure animal terror shot up Twist's spine, rooting him to his chair. He forced himself to speak, just to keep from screaming. I can change how I say screaming. Alright, I did all that work just to redo this. Yeah. I kind of want to redo just to keep himself from screaming. Alright. Pure animal terror shot up Twist's spine, rooting him to his chair. He forced himself to speak, just to keep from screaming. I'm going to go with it. I'm going to go with it. I'm going to say it's good. I'm going to pretend like I heard nothing else. Going to go with it. Going to go with it. All right. Next, we need voices. I think we should do Dr. Rodet first. We'll do Dr. Rodet because he's going to be the hardest one. And then we'll do the other two voices because they'll be easier to do. Alright, and break. Wait! Rename this. This is Don't Be Alarmed, but she's also a vampire. Don't be alarmed, but... Which also makes me wonder, how did Dr. Roday and Ozzy get together? Like, did she marry Dr. Roday for the blood bank? Like the blood bags? I don't know. I mean, I feel like that would be the perfect reason for a vampire to marry a doctor. Just free access to blood donations. Anyway, I'm speculating here. But I wonder. So we're going to do Dr. Rhodes first. Is now we're going to do my best French accent voice for Dr. Roday. Twist almost choked on his tea and looked at Ozzy in shock and fright. She only smiled back at him, holding her glass of wine to her lips. To her lips. Is nothing you need to worry about, Dr. Roday said evenly. I still do not think I quite have his voice yet. Don't be alarmed, but she is also a vampire, Captain Davis said aside. Twist almost choked on his tea and looked at Ozzy in shock and fright. She only smiled back at him, holding her glass of wine to her lips. It's nothing you need to worry about, Dr. Roday said evenly. You know what? This may be the worst voice I do. I'm calling it. I thought there would be a different voice much later in the book that I'm going to have a hard time with, but I think it's his voice I'm going to have a hard time with trying to do consistently. Let's do another one. Is nothing you need to worry about. Twist almost choked on his tea and looked at Ozzy in shock and fright. She only smiled back at him, holding her glass of wine to her lips. It's nothing you need to worry about, Dr. Roday said evenly. Where's his line? You don't think so? Okay, let me find that. What's audio one? Is this my... Don't be alarmed, but... Wait, what's this? Oh. Oh. Can I... I'll just do it there. Don't be alarmed, but... Oh, it won't let me because I need to make an edit to it. I don't understand that, but okay. Don't be alarmed. That's not how you spell alarmed. Alarmed a bit. That way I know what that is. Shall we have proper introductions? What's this? That can't be right. Did I never delete that? Apparently I did not. Let's make sure. I didn't delete something I need to get rid of. This does not belong here. Let's throw this back here. Oh, we got to... Oh, dear me. Oh, dear me. Okay. Let's just... throw that back there some. And throw this here. And okay, we'll fix the rest later, but I want to hear the voice I have for here. Okay, now I just have to carry that into my ears. Hardest voice, I swear. And now, it's nothing you need to worry about. I think it is something like this that I'm going to go with for his voice. Twist almost choked on his tea and looked at Ozzy in shock and fright. She only smiled back at him, holding her glass of wine to her lips. It's nothing you need to worry about, Dr. O'Day said evenly. Alright, let's play the game. Which one sounds better? Alright, we got 3 contestants here. We got audio #4, #5, and #1. And only one could go to the top of the list. Which one will it be? Let's listen to our contestants. You know what's sad? They all sound the same to me. At this point, I don't think it matters anymore. I think he's just not going to sound consistent throughout the whole thing. Oh, wow. They're all winners and losers. They're just going to have to split that vacation among themselves. Someone could get the plane ride, someone could get the hotel, and someone could get the sightseeing. Alright, let's find out where this is. There's nothing you need to worry about. Where is that? Is that here? Okay, not there. Oh, okay, I remember that. That's why it's split there. Is it here? Right there. Right here. Oh my gosh. I was like, they all sound pretty much the same. Oh, jeez. Never let me audition for a French role. Never. Never. Okay, which one sounds slightly better? Probably the first one. Let's take out the middle one. I don't like it anymore. Now it's just you two. They both sound so similar. I mean, the last one sounds a little different at the end. I'm gonna go with the last one. I'm gonna go with the last one. I hope I don't regret. I know regret. No regret. I don't believe in the word regret. I don't know how to spell it. Okay. Now where? Oh, it's right here. I'll just slap that bad boy in there without enough space. How about now? Still no space. How about now? There it is. We're going to pretend that it's fine, and we're going to go with it. We're not going to look back. We're not looking back. We got other voices to do. and so little time. We got to do this. Off you go. Next person. Don't be alarmed, but she's also a vampire. So that'd be Captain Davis, the fatherly like voice. Did I do that? Did I do the character voice for the paragraph before? I didn't. I got some voices I need to do for him too. Okay. Well, shall we have some proper introductions? I did not do the voice character for that. Oh my gosh. I wonder if I'm just getting tired. Because I missed that. And don't be alarmed. Here. We got some lines to do, but fortunately it's the same dude. So I hope this is an actual song and I get copyrighted for copyright strike. All right. I don't think it is, but some obscure band out there like, hey, that's our song he played on his Twitch channel with his mouth. All right. Ozzy, you be nice now too, said the man with gray eyes. Don't let them bother you, he said to Twist. They both get bored too easily. Ozzy gave him a dangerous glance. Crumpet? Arabelle asked, offering Twist one with a small plate. Twist took it purely out of politeness, keeping an eye on Ozzy all the while. Her fingers looked like sharp claws on a delicate glass of wine. Well, shall we have some proper introductions? Said the man with gray eyes. He then introduced himself as Howell Davis, the owner and captain of this airship, the Vimana. Arabelle, his niece, was the ship's rigging expert. Zell was the ship's engineer, while Dr. Philippe Rodet, the smartly dressed man with the glasses, was the ship's doctor. Ozzy was introduced as Dr. Rodet's wife and the ship's defense and security experts. Don't be alarmed, but she is also a vampire, Captain Davis said as an aside. Okay, we got his two voices. I hope. So let's take the first part here, and we need to throw that in. Let's make sure there's some space just in case, because I don't trust this program to let me have the space I need. It's gonna beat me up and take my lunch money. I can feel it. Here it is. So we're gonna take that out. Can't believe I didn't check. Ah, no space. Well, you know. Okay. Let's see what it sounds like so far. Let's put those together now. This airship, the Vimana. Arabelle, his niece, was the ship's rigging expert. Zell was the ship's engineer, while Dr. Philippe Rodet, the smartly dressed man with the glasses, was the ship's doctor. Ozzy was introduced as Dr. Rodet's wife and the ship's defense and security expert. Okay. That part I can let go because we're about to replace it. with you, I believe. You look like the line I want. Boop. And don't be alarmed, but she's also a vampire. Okay. Put those together. Oh, that's his only line here, isn't it? Yes. Cool. Off you guys go. I remember to delete this time. How did I miss that last time? Huh. And now we have Ozzy. Ozzy says, besides, you're too small to make much of a meal. Okay. Again, taken out of context. That aside. Don't be alarmed, but she is also a vampire, Captain Davis said aside. Twist almost choked on his tea and looked at Ozzy in shock and fright. She only smiled back at him, holding her glass of wine to her lips. It's nothing you need to worry about, Dr. Rode said evenly. Besides, you're too small to make much of a meal. It doesn't quite feel like it. Hold on. Don't be alarmed, but she is also a vampire, Captain Davis said aside. Twist almost choked on his tea and looked at Ozzy in shock and fright. She only smiled back at him, holding her glass of wine to her lips. It's nothing you need to worry about, Dr. Rode said evenly. Besides, you're too small to make much of a meal. That was incorrect. We will try again. Besides, you're too small to make much of a meal. So here. Maybe. Oh, we could kill that. That's not needed. We'll give it one more go. Twist almost choked on his tea and looked at Ozzy in shock and fright. She only smiled back at him, holding her glass of wine to her lips. It's nothing you need to worry about, Dr. Rode said evenly. Besides, you're too small to make much of a meal. I get the impression I'm going to like the first one more. Or not. We're going to delete that. Delete that. And let's just play it again. One more reading. Third time's the charm. Something about the way she said it made Twist shiver. She glanced at him with a wicked gleam in her silver eyes. Well, shall we have some proper introductions? Asked the man with grey eyes. He then introduced himself as Howell Davis, the owner and captain of this airship. Twist almost choked on his tea and looked at Ozzy in shock and fright. She only smiled back at him, holding her glass of wine to her lips. It's nothing you need to worry about, Dr. Rode said evenly. Besides, you're too small to make much of a meal. Alright, let's go through the 3 contestants, and who knows, maybe they'll all split the grand prize. Not the third one. Okay, third one's clearly a loser. Huh? It's one or the other. One more time. We're going with the second one. It looks like we have a winner after all. No split decisions or anything like that. We have a clear winner. Oh, I want to say clear. Is it here? Okay, that's the part. Let's go ahead and get rid of that and paste. Nice. Okay. Let's see what it all sounds like. Oh, we got about 35 minutes to go. Let's see what this sounds like. Don't Be Alarmed. As soon as it gets there. Don't be alarmed. But she's also a vampire. David said aside. Twist almost choked on his tea and looked at Ozzy in shock and fright. She only smiled back at him, holding her glass of wine to her lips. Dr. Rode said evenly. You're too small to make much of a man, Ozzy said with a wink and false. False sweetness. I don't think I added a wink and false sweetness to her voice. No. We gotta go back. We have to go back to the island. Okay. I think we gotta redo that. Ozzy. Oh, we gotta go back. We gotta go back. Oh my gosh. A wink and false sweetness to Twist. She's teasing him. This is like foreplay, but you know, if he was much larger, she would make a meal out of him. That's All right, we can do this. And once again, we're going to try to go back to Ozzy's voice. It is. Remember, she is a vampire. A vampire with a rich, dark voice. Creamy, if you will, very smooth. So, it would be something like this. That's okay, though. You're doing great. Oh, thank you very much, Ladybug. Now then. If Twist was to choke on his tea, that would not make a very good meal. And thus, it's nothing you need to worry about, Dr. Rode said evenly. With that now in my voice, hopefully, I can go ahead and do Dr. Ozzy Janakte. But I can now do Ozzy Rode's voice a little better. And remember, she is teasing him. So, with that said, it's nothing you need to worry about, Dr. Rode said evenly. Besides, you're too small to make much of a meal, Ozzy said with a wink and a false sweetness to Twist. Maybe do one more just to be safe. I do not feel as if there's a false sweetness there. And thus, when I say this, you have to believe me when I say, besides, you're too small to make much of a meal, Ozzy said with a wink and false sweetness. Perhaps the second one is better. Let's find out. How does it sound? Fortunately, I do not need the word sweetness. Alright. Let's take that out. We might have one. We might have one. I love the keeping of the voice. I might end up doing another one. We're going to find out. We're going to compare the first two we have. Survey says... I'm liking the second one so far. But just for funsies, because why not? And once again, we're back to this voice. Again, we are thinking of a wink and false sweetness to calm the nerves of this poor little boy who is now in our care. So, to let him know that I do think he will be a nice tasty morsel, maybe a dessert, I believe we're going to try to calm his nerves to the best of my ability. So with that, I'm going to read a couple sentences to make sure I am back in the voice, and then we will do her line. Twist almost choked on his tea, and looked at Ozzy in shock and fright. She only smiled back at him, holding her glass of wine to her lips. It's nothing you need to worry about, Dr. Rodet said evenly. Besides, you're too small to make much of a meal. I was quoting, not telling you to do another one because I was lazy to put the quote marks. Oh. No worries. I'm like, just to do one more to be safe, I've read it and I thought, that may not be a bad idea to do just one more just to be safe. Yeah?
Can I bring you food?
I mean, you could, but I'll be done in about 30 minutes.
30 minutes?
Yeah.
You're still recording?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I'm sorry.
大丈夫?
It'll be kind of cold, but we can stick it.
平気, 平気. It's fine. No worries. 心配なく. Yeah, I read it and I thought, that may not be a bad idea to do another one, just in case. Like, just in case. Let's see what we have. Alright, we got 3 contestants as always. Third one. I like the third one. We're going to take that and let's just plug it in there. Copy. And now we have to find it now. Is it here? There you are. There you are. Good night. Alright. That's a fun game, Portal. Let's try again. Nope, still no space. Still no space. We need space. There's no space. Alright. And how about here? Oh, you're kidding me. Why? Why is there no space? Why don't you like me? Am I so different from you? Okay. Now try. There it is. Ah. Yeah, it sounds good. Okay. It's not just me. There's like, yeah, the third one. The third one sounds like she's flirting dangerously with him to reassure him that he's safe. Compared to the other two. あ、ちょっと待って。しないで。But she is also a vampire. Captain David set aside. Okay. Um, I felt a bit more inflection of the flirty tone with that one. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ozzy is, in my mind, and maybe because she's a vampire, she is a very, like, I'm just going to say sexual being. I don't know if that's true or not, but in my mind, she is. And maybe that's just like wishful thinking. But, we're going to go with that. I mean, nowadays, aren't all vampires basically sexy in some way or fashion, unless they just look horrific, like they've been alive for 2,000 years or something? Those vampires probably don't look that great. But the other ones, the younger ones, like the 200s, like 300s, like amazing skin. Um, that said, we got one, two, we got a few more lines here, about 25 minutes. This might be the last bit of lines I get to do because dialogue. Everybody's talking. So the next few lines. Why does this ship need to employ a doctor or a... Twist paused, staring at Ozzy. A defense expert. Arabelle told me that you weren't pirates. Some of them laughed lightly. What a townie, Dr. Rhodes. No, you have to talk. What a townie, Dr. Rhodes said, shaking his head. We're not really, Arabelle said, catching his eye and clearly trying to look as trustworthy as she could. Besides, what's wrong with having a crew of useful people, okay? I now dread Dr. Rhodes speaking. Oh, it's going to take like 8 attempts for 3 words. Alright. Why does the ship need to employ a doctor or a... Twist pause, staring at Ozzy, a defense expert. Arabelle told me that you weren't pirates. Okay, that's all one line. Or all... That's still him speaking. A defense expert. Arabelle told me that you weren't pirates. Some of them laughed lightly. What a townie, Dr. Rhodes said, shaking his head. We're not really, Arabelle said, catching his eye, and clearly trying to look as trustworthy as she could. Besides, what's wrong with having a crew of useful people? Alright, that is what we're going to record next. Whew. Here we go. Why does this ship need to employ a doctor or a... Twist paused, staring at Ozzy. A defense expert. Arabelle told me that you weren't pirates. Some of them laughed lightly. What a townie, Dr. Rhodes said, shaking his head. We're not really, Arabelle said, catching his eye and clearly trying to look as trustworthy as she could. Besides, what's wrong with having a crew of useful people? I think the narrator was fine. Why does this ship need? Will be the name of this clip. Why does this ship need? And let's listen and check the narrator. Why does this ship need to employ a doctor? Twist pause, staring at Ozzy. Defense expert. Arabelle told me that you weren't pirates. Some of them laughed lightly. What a townie, Dr. Rhodes shaking his head. We're not really, Arabelle said, catching his eye and trying to look as trustworthy as she could. Good job. What's wrong with having a crew of useful people? Alright. Narration seems okay. Dr. Rhodes. Let's take out this little click here, so I don't have to think about it later. We're just going to go ahead and get Dr. Rhodes out of the way here. who says, "Rut a townie." Thank you, Dr. Rode. I gotta do that in a strong French accent that I can't do. While laughing, lightly. Oh, he shakes his head. Oh, Rode, why? Why must you do this to me? Couldn't you just be silent for the— Why couldn't your wife be the one to say this? Ah, okay. Or Zale. Anyone else, really? But no, the harder voice. The hardest one. Alright. I am French. It's nothing you need to worry about. Besides, you're too small to make much of a meal, Ozzy said with a wink in full sweetness to Twist. Pure edible terror shot up Twist's spine, hurting him to the chair. He forced himself to speak just to keep from screaming. Why does this ship— I'm sorry. Why does this ship need to employ a doctor or a— Twist paused, staring at Ozzy. A defense expert? Arabelle told me that you weren't pirate. Arabelle told me that you weren't pirates. Some of them laughed lightly. What a townie, Dr. Rode said, shaking his head. That is going to die in the dumpster. Next, we're going to try that again. What's a townie? What is townie? What a townie? What a townie? What a townie? Will a French person do a what? What a townie? What a townie? What a townie? Oh. T is at the end of the word what, so that T probably won't be pronounced. So what a townie will be probably closer to what I want to actually say. So, once again we try to go back to the voice to do Dr. Rode. What does this ship need to employ a Dr. Twist paused, staring at Ozzy. A defense expert. It had been told me that you weren't pirates. Some of them laughed lightly. What a townie, Arabelle said, shaking his head. I'm so happy that I do not need to actually do the narration part in this voice. But let's take a listen. That is horrible. I still do not like that. I am hoping that we can go ahead and do a better recording of that line. This is only 3 words. Only 3 words that we are having difficulty with it. However, if it was to go ahead and say it while laughing, possibly thinking about how— I want to say how sexy my wife is, something like that. I have to make sure that I am laughing lightly. Not laughing too hard, to be quite honest. However, I think we have it now. What a soundy. Okay, that made me laugh a little harder than I wanted to, but what does it sound like? Maybe. That still feels— If we go back to this voice again. I do not think that I'm doing a very good job with him. I cannot wait to get off of his voice. However, now with all of that said, I believe I could go ahead and try once again. And then we will say, what a townie. That might be better. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Let's see. What does it sound like? Yeah, we're doing the second one. Second one is clearer. Second one. We're doing the second one. Off we go. We're getting off of this voice. And copy. Let's find out where you are. Are you here? Yes. So we're just gonna go ahead and splice that and cut you out and then paste. No, no space. How about now? There it goes. Okay. Rode's line is done. Who's the next difficult voice? Arabelle? We'll do Arabelle next, I suppose. So we're not really catching his eye, trying to look as trustworthy as she could. Besides, what's wrong with having a crew of useful people? Whew. あ、ちょっと待って。Oh, はい。これ。いや、違う。これ。はい。それいい。Okay. Where are we? We are there. Gotta get her voice now. Crumpet. Once again, we are going to try to speak like Arabelle. And I think it is something closer to a voice like this. So, if I was to read, I will probably start with a defense expert. Arabelle told me that you weren't pirates. Some of them laughed lightly. What a townie, Dr. Rode said, shaking his head. We're not really, Arabelle said, catching his eye and clearly trying to look as trustworthy as she could. Besides, what's wrong with having a crew of useful people? Probably should have saved her for last. I think I got that one. Where's your line? Oh, right here. We're not really, Arabelle said, catching his eyes longingly and looking as trustworthy as she could. And besides, so probably here I want to cut. Is this besides? What's wrong with having a crew of useful? Okay. We can let that go. We can move that closer. Copy that. Now we just have to find it. Here. I bet this is it. Take that out. I'm just going to move that for safekeeping and close. We're not really. And then besides. We're going to copy and paste. We're going to have to work with the pasting on here. Because there's no way that's too long of a pause there. Probably there too. But let's just see what it sounds like. Really? Arabelle said, catching his eye and clearly looking as trustworthy as she could. Besides, what's wrong with having a crew of useful people? Alright. I'm going to go with that for now. But we do need to cut down on some of this empty space. Okay, I know where I am now. Okay, so here, let's just take out that part there. And now let's try. Shaking his head. We're not really Okay. A little bit there. A little more. Okay. I'm okay with that. So next up, and probably the last bit we're going to do tonight would be twist lines. And he has what? 2? 3? Technically 2 lines. So we're going to start there. And this is twist. So try to think of a gentle English man, boy, kid, guy. Very soft-spoken gentleman. True British. Let's see. Again, not that I'm really good with European accents, apparently. But, let's see. Besides, you're too small to make much of a meal, Ozzy said with a wink and false sweetness to Twist. Pure animal instinct. No, this is not instinct. This is terror. Pure terror shot through my spine, rooting me to my chair. I forced myself to speak, just to keep from screaming. Why does this ship need to employ a doctor in a... I said that wrong. I have to do this again. Stop. Delete. We're going to take a sip of tea because we're British. That is what British people do when they make mistakes. They take a sip of tea. That is not true. I don't think. If you're British and you would like to correct me what British people do when they make a mistake, please let me know. Because I am an American and I do not know any better. Sort of. Now, with that said, pure animal terror shot up through Twist's spine, rooting him to his chair. He forced himself to speak, just to keep from screaming. Why does this ship need to employ a doctor or a... Twist paused, staring at Ozzy. A defense expert? Arabelle told me that you weren't pirates. Okay. What does it sound like? Perhaps I would do that last sentence one more time. And so, why does this ship need to employ a doctor or a... Twist paused, staring at Ozzy, a defense expert. Arabelle told me that you weren't pirates. I said that wrong. Perhaps it should be said as... Arabelle told me you... that weren't pirates. Oh, I see. Stop. Okay. I never noticed that before. It's just a small typo, be quite honest. But it should be Arabelle told me that you weren't pirates. So I did read it, so I did say it correctly when I read it wrong. And when I read it correctly, I said it wrong. So Arabelle told me that you weren't pirates. Simple typo, everybody does it. Like myself included, I know what that's like. So let me find out what that is. So actually, I said it right. That can go. And it's here. That might work. And what's this one? Okay. So we're going to take that part out. Put that together. And what does it sound like together? I might add a little bit more of a pause in here. Let's just copy some of that into here. And splice them together. Splice, thank you. That might work better. So, or okay, so here to here, we'll go ahead and copy that. And now we play the game. Where is it in the main thing? Here. Yep, that's where it is. Jana. Abayo. No space. Surprise. How about now? No space. Surprise. Let's move that over. And move that here. And paste. Oh no! What did I just do? What does Control B do? I don't know. It's a label. There's labels? Today I learned. Okay. Here. There. And we could work with the timing or the pacing for that. Okay, the way that sounds. Sounds like I just caught them in a naughty lie. Alright, see. Is it here, I believe? That is long, but that's what I want. So, copy. This is gonna need some space to get in here. Delete. Make some space. And paste. Still not enough space. And paste. There it is. Okay. Let's throw those together here. And I think I have everyone's lines in here. So with that said, let's give it a listen. Not bad. Arabelle's lines. We're not really. I feel like that could be closer together. What if we're going to do some mad scientist stuff here? What if we make that closer? I might have to redo this part. Also, I also want to take out a good chunk of that spacing there. Okay. I accept that. Let me save. And let's just listen to it one more time. That might be too long of a pause. So, about there. Save. Okay. With that done, we have 2 pages left in this chapter. 2 pages left in this chapter, but we are going to save that for another day. Whew, going forward. So, story of my life, I'm still working out what my new streaming schedule will be like. We are still doing the reading streams as always, Saturdays at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. So if you are on YouTube watching this, I am mostly doing all the streaming on Twitch. And to get to my Twitch channel, it's the same as my YouTube channel. It's the Takonome. Not too hard to find because there's only one. That said, I still intend to do reading streams Saturday evenings. Recording streams are still going to be Wednesdays. It's the gaming stream, planned gaming stream days. I'm having some difficulties in deciding when to do this. Okay, stop shaking. When I'm going to do this. And at the moment, I'm still thinking Sundays. No, sorry. I originally thought I would move it back to Sunday streaming, but I lose a good chunk of Sunday when I do that, and there's other things I just have to do. So I might move it back to Mondays. I'm not sure. Yeah, it might be Mondays. Also, just to throw it out there, well, it may not affect people, but I am going to be unavailable probably. I might be unavailable to stream at the end of this month / the first week of March. Let's just say that I have to do something and I may not enjoy it. And it's nothing bad. It's nothing bad. It's just I may not be able to talk for that week. I'm not too sure. Not very well anyway. So I probably should take it easy. But that said, if you're on Discord, if you're on King Deadluck's Discord, you'll probably know what it is very soon. If you're not on King Deadluck Discord, I might post to Twitter. I'm not too sure. And again, I'm still a little paranoid. But that said, we're going to figure out the schedule. The next game that we play that's planned, that's not a pop-up. I was looking at Dead Space. Not the new one, because again, I'm broke. But the original one, playing that one. I now know that Metroid Prime is on Switch. So I don't know if that would be a stream or if that would be off-stream gaming. And of course, pop-up streams will still be Metroid Dread because I'm addicted. But with that, thank you everyone for joining me tonight. I hope you enjoyed this recording stream. Again, I'll be doing this on Wednesdays, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I believe that's everything. Thank you all again. Thank you for helping me with the French words. And pronouncing the word bodice instead of bodis. We learned things tonight. All right. I think that's everything. We will do more recording next Wednesday. And with that, I wish you all a lovely evening. Until next time, take care and bye-bye.